And yeah, that was a good walk. And actually, it was a really productive day today. Like I said, I finished setting up some stuff for work too. Because we're doing that hackathon thing, I made the UI look a lot prettier. And I also did some like markdown rendering. So yeah, our hackathon project, I think we nailed it. I'm really proud of it. But we're live on the YouTube. So for the sake of YouTube, let me recap what is in my today command. So we finished up yesterday by implementing the unreadable secret UI. I think that was a good call, rather than just like spitting it back out. Now we need to implement the backend for validating a webhooks implementation. We're going to make sure that we send a valid and invalid request, and that the webhooks are responding appropriately for both. So that's our task for today, and should be pretty easy, depending on how much whiskey we drink. All right. Okay, so it looks like we've got a bug here. I'm not sure how we got into that state, but we'll ignore that for now. And yeah, we'll allow that. A little bit of swearing, ain't no problem with that. And happy Saturday there, Crispy Pizza. How you doing? Yeah, we don't care about that right now. So yeah, this is the part we care about. So when we click that button, we don't hide this thing yet. We show like a is validating thing, right? Maybe the button just says validating. We probably want to disable the button for X amount of time. That way people aren't spamming. And then, yeah, we report to the user what went wrong with the validation step. It will. Take it easy, Tech Brew. I'm not looking for too much backseating. I'm letting you know what I'm doing. That's fine. I'll normally ask when I actually want advice. All right, so the backend endpoint. Let's get that created. Let's see. So hold on, which method is this in? This is in match and notify. Yes, we're not handling that part yet. Yeah, so we have this webhook controller. This is for our webhooks, though. So I think we still want to put it on the notifications controller. This controller is getting pretty big. But we are doing, yeah, the verification of the others. So yeah, validate webhook is what we'll call it. Oh, interesting. And you do need write access for that. Yeah, so in our UI, we're going to want to make sure that we disable certain things. Okay, so yeah, let's create that method. And yeah, sorry, Tech Brew. Like, I hope that's okay. It's just, I got to push back a little bit on the backseating stuff. That's all. You know, part of the fun is actually building it myself. Cool, cool. Yeah, no worries. This is VS Code. So I do like what it auto-completed here a little bit. Worked like a charm. Perfect. Oh, sorry, 1 second. God, I can type. Sorry, quick work thing. Okay, cool. And yeah, what's everyone's Saturday like? Anything fun? It is nice and chilly here in Washington, and I'm loving it. It's not as cold as I'd actually like it. It's 22.6 degrees in this room, Celsius. What is that in Fahrenheit? 72? Yeah. If I could get like mid 60s in here, that'd be perfect. You took a run in the graveyard after sunset. Proper Halloween thing. There you go. I just realized I didn't pop out my YouTube chat yet. Luckily, no one tried chatting over there. Yeah, and you live to tell the tale. So here's the thing. I don't think we need to do this part, because I need to fetch the webhook anyway. So instead, I want to do it like this. It's notification webhook. And that's going to throw if it doesn't get found anyway, which I think is fine. So then we get to this point, and it's no longer what we're doing here. People tend to light candles and lanterns by graves on Halloween, All Saints Eve, as it's called. It's very pretty. Oh, that sounds cool. Nice. All right, so here I want to do a to-do. Check rate limiting. All right, make sure that we haven't sent a message too quickly and we haven't sent too many. And then from there, we need to send 2 requests as tasks. Your demo's live already? Hell yeah, Professor Logout. Nice. All right, so how do we do concurrency stuff in Elixir, right? We use task. Hmm. I think tasks are what we want to do, right? Right, Brainless? I can't think of what I'd rather do. Like, let's double check. What else do they recommend? I don't think an agent or a gen server makes any sense. Yeah, I think tasks. Okay. So async await is basically how it works. How do we do the await? Okay, so basically when we spawn the task here, that already kicks it off. So then by the time we do the await, both of them have already been running, and we're just grabbing the result. Is that correct? So then in this case, it doesn't matter which one resolves first. We can await them in any order, and the slowest one takes the slowest amount of time, and the other's already finished. So yeah, in this case, we just need to spawn the things and then await, one after another. And grab those values. Okay. Let me get more music going. Yeah, this looks easy enough. Okay, so what we need to do then is we need to prepare the payloads that we're going to send. And that means we need to calculate signatures. And that's almost something we just want to keep on the module itself. Like, or maybe we create a separate module for that. Like, how do we want to organize this? Like, it's not going to be its own controller. Like, it almost makes sense to live on here. And I feel like that's kind of like, right? Like, no, I don't think it belongs on the schema. So maybe it goes in utils. Right? So messijo.utils.webhooks. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we want to do it the exact same way that Discord kind of does it, where it's like the X signature header, and we combine the timestamp that we generated it at as well as the message payload. Yeah, okay, so Yeah. All right, so we're going to create it as a module here in utils. It's going to be called webhooks. I'm not sure that's correct. We can think about that in a bit. But yeah, generate signature. All right, so why are they complaining about this? And yeah, I'm not using HTTP poison. So yeah, that's just incorrect. What's up, JLem? How you doing? So it's webhook URL. Payload secret. We need the timestamp. But I need to be able to pass like an invalid timestamp. And actually, no. What we can do is we can pass in the signature. And we can just generate a signature with invalid values. So yeah, URL, payload, signature, timestamp. What if I don't want to do that? What if I do body payload? And then payload is forced to be a string. And then this is going to be content. And what's up, Amillenite? How you doing? All right, so hold on. Let's look at Discord and their docs. You're going to take a weekend to learn more about Supabase. Nice. All right, so it is X signature ed 25519. So how do we generate an ed 25519 signature in Elixir? I think we brought that in as a package for validating, so we should be able to just use that. And in fact, let's double check where we are doing that. So here in Webhook Controller, we're getting the request header, we're doing some junk. And yes, ed 25519 is a package we bring in. And that's just its raw name. All right, and then we encode it to base 16, right? Except it doesn't like that. Undefined or private? Oh, right. And this is where, yeah, they're doing ed 25519, but maybe we don't. Yeah, I don't think we want to do the ed 25.519. Let's double check it. Let's go look at the package. Sign a message. If only the secret key is provided, the public key will be derived therefrom. This adds significant overhead. And a Millennites. What do we use for diagramming to get the idea of the entities of a project? I don't necessarily diagram those things, but you're talking about like database design, basically, right? Or at least like domain model. Like, okay. UMLit, like it's a UML tool. Yeah, UML sounds interesting. I tend to just do an empty file like this. So I tend to just do something like, let's think about Messijo. So, okay, we're going to have keywords. We're going to have notifications. We're going to have users and teams. And that's the gist of it so far, right? And sure, maybe we have more. But what do keywords end up needing? Well, keywords need a keyword. They need honestly, if we're just like being basic, it's just the keyword. So then notifications, type. And I go through like this, and I just do it as a list. So the thing to remember is I'm not linking these things together. I'm not saying that keywords have notifications or any of that stuff yet. I'm just thinking about the basics. And then later, right, in a totally separate step, I start turning these like loose objects with properties. I start turning those into what the database schema would then look like. And that's where I'd be like, well, okay, sure, there's a keywords table, right? What IDs are going to be there? So yeah, it's going to have an ID. It's going to have timestamps. It's going to have the value. It belongs to an org, so org ID, right? And that's maybe team ID in this case because of how I did it, but sure. Team ID, and maybe that's it. So then from here, I would then do notifications and start listing out IDs. And realistically here, you'd also start deciding what your data types would be too. But I just like to figure out the basics before I start digging into data types. Because while you're doing the basics here, you'll discover things about how these things need to like work with each other that has nothing to do with what the data types are under the hood. So I say the data types are almost your last step. So then, yeah, notifications, that would have ID, timestamps, type, right? We'd have to associate them with the team ID. We don't know any of that other stuff yet, though. And then from here, we'd be like, well, you know what? Yeah, we need to associate keywords to notifications. So it's keyword notifications. And that would be keyword ID. And this is where I start like doing some of the relationship stuff. So it's less of a formal like process and more of just just taking what's in your head and having it somewhere. Oftentimes when I'm starting to get to this step, I'll just start creating the tables. Like if you're like greenfielding and you're prototyping. If you're working on like a larger application, well then yeah, no, you should probably be a little more rigorous. So yeah, it depends on the app. But yes, other people probably have better processes for these things. In general, when you're working on a team, a lot of this stuff matters way more. As far as like having documentation and creating the things for stakeholders to sign off on and blah, blah, blah. Stakeholders love useless documents. So at that point, yes, UML diagrams, all that jazz. So I guess the big thing is like how formal do you need to be based upon the stakeholders? If you're the only stakeholder, you can take shortcuts. But yeah, that process was actually taught to me in college. I took a database design class that I thought was fantastic. And the teacher was like part timing. He was like a Google engineer who did back end shit of some kind. And yeah, it was like a good process to like learn from someone who actually does this shit. And that was the process he did. Like he was less on the whole UML diagram stuff too, but at least you start with just like the domain objects and then you start thinking in terms of tables, but you don't do tables first, basically. The funniest part to me is I thought he was a fantastic teacher. I thought he was really good. But some of the worst devs in that class didn't like him because he didn't hold their hand. It was a community college. For some reason, community college kids think they deserve the world and the teacher needs to hold their hand through everything. I was there to get a piece of paper. They were there to have someone else do the learning for them, basically. But yes, we're not going to be doing Ed 2559, or we can actually. If we're going to allow someone to do their own secret, then yeah, we probably don't want to do Ed 2559. Hmm. Elixir crypto module. Yeah, so I think HMAC is what we're looking for. Where do we see the functions defined? We don't. All right, so we probably want to do that. Oh, and hold on. So, Fash Bait. Interesting name. Which MacBook you should choose for programming? It probably doesn't matter that much. And what's up, Ivan? How you doing? I feel like SHA-256 would be fine. Should I do SHA-3 instead? This is for generating a signature of our webhook payload. We require that consumers of the webhook validate the signature to make sure that it's coming from the right place. Okay. So yeah, they're doing SHA-256. And what's up, Bibby? How you doing? Yeah, all right. So SHA-256. But they're saying we should be using the Mac method. And we should be doing this. So it's HMAC, SHA-256, secret, payload, basing code 16, I think. All right, so X signature, X timestamp, and we send that through. Yeah, this feels right. All right, so now that we have these, we go back to notification controller where we're doing this part. And this is valid task. And invalid task, and these are both totally wrong. And I want to do an alias at the top. Okay, so hold on, right? To generate the signature, we need the payload as a string, and we want to concatenate that with the timestamp. So yeah, timex now to Unix. Content type goes there. Check one thing real quick. Yeah, so what we want to do is we're going to have payload string. And honestly, we can just do this. We can just pipe it. I feel like all this could be done. We could make this simpler. All right, so if we go to the webhooks utility module, right, we've got this like send webhook that's just doing the post part, but realistically, it could generate all this stuff on its own. But then how do we enforce an invalid signature? So yeah, what we'll do, it's just notification, webhook, payload, and invalid timestamp. Is that the wrong slash? Yeah. Yeah. So then let's do this part. But yeah, so payload string. Header timestamp is equal to so yeah, header timestamp is going to be this value. So then here we want to do signature is that, but payload string is timestamp payload string. Just gonna do it this way. Yeah. But there is no dot between them. So then, yeah, we do that. We generate the signature. Signature goes there, content type, URL, payload string. And then, yeah, that greatly simplifies what we're doing over in here. So we're no longer generating that. We're no longer formatting that. Is there a way? Am I thinking shift? Sure. Right. So then we just make it an hour ago and we call that good. Actually, no, this one's for the valid task. We don't pass signature. We do pass notification webhook. None of that other stuff gets passed. And we can simplify this too. Okay, so now we have these two tasks. And then what is the payload going to be when we return from this? What's up, haha? Well, this is definitely the last song on the album. Let's just skip ahead. Because I think Synthwave belongs in a museum. Yeah, I get it, Sanctus. I think there are certain things it's really good at. Yeah, I don't know. I think there are definitely some use cases for it. I don't do it nearly enough. Like, could I have just prompted the stuff that we're building right now? Maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what your goal is. You know, sometimes you just want the thing to work and you don't care how it was made. There are definitely projects we've all worked on like that, right? Some quick and dirty script that just needs to do something. You don't necessarily care about the script. It's probably going to be short term and short lived, but it still needs to do the thing for the moment. Yeah, that sounds like a great use case. Having it write tests. That sounds kind of nice to me. Not saying I've done it, so I'm not really familiar with how well that works or not. But I don't know. Ooh, and Marco. Yeah, let's look at this thing that Marco posted. Yeah, they posted it over in the Discord just like an hour ago. So yeah, I'm curious about that. They made this thing called IQ. Yogurt time? Yogurt. I hate yogurt, even with strawberries. So IQ is a wrapper around YQ, JQ, grep, and soon many others. So then he passes it, right? The results of that cat to IQ YAML. Oh, this is kind of cool. This is cool. I think it's kind of nifty. Oh, and then yeah, you get your like YQ value out of it at the end too, right? So you can just copy and paste that. So it's just like a visualizer. Oh, no, this is nice. Let me reply to him real quick. Yeah, very cool. Oh, they're showing the grep example now too? Dude, yeah, that is very cool, man. Yeah, just to help you craft your your queries using these tools. I like it. Yeah. Yeah, nifty. All right, back to what we're doing. All right, so we do the valid task, we do the invalid task. So what I want to do here is this is results equals, and we simply want to return All right, we want to check that result.status is equal to 2004 or 204. And here we want to do a similar result.status. And hold on. Does should respond with a 401. Yep. Oh, that was the thing that you were recording the demo for. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, you missed it. But yeah, very cool, dude. Yeah, very cool. That's what you get for having hygiene, I guess. But yeah, dude, you should publish that to GitHub already. What's taking you so long? I'd say maybe even consider figuring out how to publish it to NPM so that people don't even have to necessarily install it. They could just run npx IQ or whatever. That's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with publishing code you're not necessarily proud of. You can always improve it. Oh, and they do signature timestamp. Yeah, we should do signature timestamp too. Oh, and result doesn't exist here yet. Yeah, so what you should probably look into if you're really trying to go the Go route is Go Releaser. And Go Releaser actually works with Rust and TypeScript and all sorts of languages. It started out as like a Go thing, but yeah, and it doesn't need to be written in Go. Like, yeah, it's really cool. So I would say Go Releaser is probably what you're looking for. And it supports NPM and other stuff too. Like at GitKraken, we are publishing our CLI tool as an MCP server, but it's still basically the same CLI. We're publishing that to NPM using Go Releaser. There used to be another tool called Go Downloader. No, it's definitely not that. It was by like the Go Releaser people, but it's massively deprecated. But it helped you generate those like curl scripts where it's like you do like a curl and pipe it to bash and then it does like the install stuff for you instead of even having to publish it up to a package repository. But yeah, I'd still say probably it's worth publishing to a repo of some kind, homebrew, etc. Just for the practice of it. Oh, I don't think I actually want to do that. Hmm. Hold on. Where were we looking at? No. Not that. Not that. Not that. Ah, yeah, yeah. This is what I was looking for. Where are they doing this? So yeah, fake response. That may not be a thing anymore. Nope. Nope. Very different. Yeah, exactly. Their log out. And what's up, Ramu? Mr. Sir? How you doing? What are you up to? So instead of HTTPS, right, we could just try it here. Local host. Hey, what's up, Jason? How you doing? Hold on. Type a code to do's one. I want one that would give me a 401 response too, though. Gonna get some sleep? Yeah, no worries, Professor Logout. Have a good one. I know, right? And I could build something out myself too. It's just like, is it worth the effort? Probably not. Okay, so that does spit out a response with a status value. Perfect. Okay. And Jonas, how you doing, man? Yeah, welcome. Okay, so we do want to use that, right? The error being thrown would be thrown by something else. So we can still check the status. Yeah, okay, cool. I just wanted to verify that part. So yeah, result.status being equal to 401 and 204 for both of these things. That's what we expect. All right, and then this is where we'd want to update the notification. And it would actually be... That'd be Messijo.notifications. Yep. And we just send validated at, call that good, and we're done. So then, yes, we still have the part where we need to do our rate limiting, but this should be close. Do I want to just spin up like a quick and dirty? Like we could build an endpoint for it here into the server, or we can just spin up a quick and dirty like express server or something. I'm thinking a quick and dirty express server makes a lot of sense. And hold on, let me read some messages that I might have missed. So Jason, you finally started to mess with some more Elixir for a project that you're messing with. Once you get used to the syntax, it's fairly easy to understand. The initial bit was a bit rough, just in like getting it and understanding it. Yeah, I think the lack of like early returns and some of those things are going to get you, but then eventually it just makes sense. I like how it's pretty fairly readable. You know, it's very similar to like Ruby code in that regard. Yeah, exactly. And for the most part, you can just like try stuff and you fail fast, and you know, You'd be surprised how many times you just try something and it just works, you know? It's really cool. That was the thing that I liked the most. Whereas when I was learning Elixir, I also learned Go and Rust at the same time for building like the same API. And there were things that just like, it was a lot harder to just guess at something that would work in Rust and Go. But in the Elixir, I could just guess at it and it tended to just work, which was really cool. Especially because it's like not a strictly typed language, right? The language servers aren't that strong. At least they weren't back then, especially. So yeah. Yeah, that was the part that really like kind of blew my mind. Technically, I did the Go implementation faster, but it felt slower, if that makes any sense. Because of JSON marshalling. I think that gets everyone who messes with Go. But you got your Spotify commands working? Hell yeah, Tech Brew. That's awesome, dude. That's the ones for like queuing new stuff and all that? Yeah. It's just not obvious that when you're passing that that struct into the JSON like marshal and unmarshal functions, that you need to like capitalize everything. Like it ends up being really annoying. And yeah, Tech Brew, here's something I'd recommend. Like to me, that sounds like content. You should be building that on stream. I mean, totally up to you and how you want to like, what direction you want to take your stream, but just saying, like, content's content. And building stream tools is a pretty standard bit of content for tech streamers. So yeah, it's almost like a rite of passage. And yeah, how you doing, Owen? What you up to, Mr. Sir? Just double checking any others that I miss. And yeah, the thing you built was 2 hours of dev, and then the rest was UI. Yeah, exactly. Like building out one of those like mock servers isn't really that complicated. It's just annoying, you know? Tonight you're gonna do some Stream Deck plugins? Hell yeah. I'm tempted to update React Stream Deck for you, but you know, whatever. At least you can look at it for inspiration if you wanted. Not a big deal either way. I just like the React Stream Deck instead of like the raw, like vanilla HTML aspect of building a Stream Deck plugin. And then, yeah, there's one more thing that I can show you that I've built. It's like how I do my stinger transitions. Oh, I've got two. This one's actually kind of nice as well. So this one's old. But I use this one basically like when you're holding a button, like an OBS filter is active. We haven't wired it up. I'm actually curious about that now. Hold on. Let me look at my Stream Deck. Okay. Yeah, so this one seems broken. Damn. All right, that's a shame. So basically, I used to have it to where, like, when I held a button, it would change my voice. So like this would be like a deep voice thing. I always used to mess up because like I'd press the button and it would activate, and then sometimes when I press the button to deactivate it, it wouldn't turn off properly. So then by having it be held like down, that was nice. That was a long time ago. Yeah, for sure. And then yeah, this other one, this is how I do like my, like when we change scenes.
This is medieval time!
But again, like both of these are super old, pretty fun to like develop just stuff. This thing's filthy. Just like developing stuff for your stream. It's always fun. Let me get more music going. Yeah, and I would say 6 years ago, 5 years ago, this code is probably shit. But whatever. Here we go. What are we building? I know, right? Exactly, Jason. It's been a long time. So yeah, the project we're working on is that, and then our plan for today is this. Yeah, let's yeah, let's do this. We got Stripe, we got Discord, we got validate Discord signature. We're going to define a function in here. We're going to call it def mock webhook endpoint. Maybe just mock webhook. Sure. I mean, I think tutorial content's kind of like not interesting anyway. Like I stopped watching tutorial content ages ago. Like I hate learning from video. I don't watch tech content. When it comes to like videos, I watch snowboard videos. I watch TV shows. I don't watch programming news content. No, I'll just read Hacker News. Like, no, I don't do any of that. KVix, there's the project, and then here is the plan for today. Yeah, no, like, I think that's the natural progression. As you get better, video is the worst way to consume tech content. I get it, brainless. I disagree. I want documentation. I want blog posts. I want things where I can link to specific parts, right? Via like anchor tags. That's, yeah. I can read faster than you can make a video about it. I can read faster than your video will give me the information I want. Oh, you're a very slow reader. Well, yeah, that's probably part of it. You can't copy and paste from a video. Like, there's just so much that's bad about the experience of video content, especially for tech stuff. A coding compiler that scales up properly? Why does your compiler need to scale? Why do you need to cloud host a compiler? Yeah, video is more comforting as a beginner. As you get more experienced and as your reading level increases, like, yeah, text is king. But yeah, I'm not sure, Saif. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I don't see a use case. Building a project leet code? Like you're building your own like hacker rank or something. Sure. That's a very narrow use case. Is that content you want to watch? Make content you want to watch. That's all there is to it. If it's something you want to watch, then build it. Do it. Don't listen to me. Kavix. This looks awesome. Like the project I'm building? Thanks. Like it wasn't the page that we were hovering. What I need to do right now is I need to create a mock webhook endpoint that we can actually turn our validator against. Make sure that's working, make sure, you know, all that stuff. And I think we'll do it here. There's good passive learning from video content, like any random tricks the person does. Most of the time, videos are more hit than miss, or more miss than hit. Yeah, I mean, I think videos are good at exposing the keywords that you need to look up later. They're good at condensing documentation. But it should be more about discovery of what you should be looking up later. You shouldn't be treating the tutorial or the video as a source of truth. It's a source of things to find the truth about, maybe. And that's what conference talks are good for as well. I just think tutorials are shit content. They're really bad. They're always surface level. No offense if that's been the main content you make, but I think tutorials are shit content. I find them incredibly boring. And they almost always end up being draw the rest of the owl type shit. Or they're too basic to be useful. I'm not saying I'm good at it, but there's a couple videos I've made that I am proud of. Like, I'm proud of these thumbnails, but I think they're kind of like meh videos. But as far as this one, like, I think side project hell, like the softer kind of things, is useful. So yeah, maybe we're agreeing. I just think, yeah, I don't know. Specific tools, that content ages pretty fast. I think side project hell is timeless. I think the X considered harmful essays being harmful is timeless content. So yeah, I want to make more like timeless content. And I think it ends up being more about like the processes around writing software rather than like the software itself. And yeah, like it's not like I get a lot of views, but I don't know. It's good enough for me. I just need to start making more. I'm lazy. I think some of the good content would be like less about here's exactly the code you need to write to do something, and it's more like, hey, here's a project I built. Here's the architecture of it. Here's how I built it. You know. I mean, there's some big content creators these days. I think a lot of them end up focusing on like current events, which I think has value. I think I would just be shit at doing current event content and like reaction content. I don't know. I need to make more videos. What they end up needing to be about, I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. I think a lot of the, like basically anything I would make a conference talk about, I could make a YouTube video about, and I think it would have value. And those are often less about like the code itself and more about like the ideas, you know? Yep. Yeah, I think the Primogen, Fireship, Theo, they all do like the current events content really well and like reaction content. I still don't watch it, but I know they do it. And that's not anything against them. It's just I don't like tech video content. I'd rather scan a blog post. But that's me. I'm old. That's boomer takes. All right, so yeah, this mock webhook. So inside of this mock webhook, we need to do some stuff. You watch those kind of videos while you're eating? Sure. I'd rather watch a snowboarding video while I'm eating, you know? I'd rather watch the IT crowd for the millionth time. Like, yeah, I don't find tech content to be good entertainment. But that's a me thing. If you like it, yeah, do it. No, so what we're gonna do is at the router level, I believe we have some stuff that is dev only, right? Maybe not. Where's this value coming from? Yeah, the main gist is that this dev endpoint would only exist when we're doing local dev, right? Like the mock webhook. Yeah, how do we check for... Yeah, I think it's MixENV, right? Yeah. Let me double check MixENV. Hold on, let me double check some other stuff. So Vibi, need you to test something, let you know. No, we're good. This is like local dev. And what AI tools do I use while developing? I just use SuperMaven. I don't want a chat interface. I just want better autocomplete, and that's it. And what's up, CastDev? So yeah, my thought is we could do mix.env, or we could do application.getEnv. Oh, I see, I see. Maybe I do want mixenv. Otiv, I think they walked back the sunsetting of the service. Like, we don't know for sure, but they definitely removed the banner. I think they were getting a bunch of pushback. We were actually going to make a video about it on Thursday. And while we were making the video, they removed the banner. So, number one, maybe they were watching stream. They weren't. They were probably dealing with, like, the blowback they got from, like, the tweet that publicized it the night before. And then it just took them half a day to get to removing the banner. But number two, yeah, it taught me that I probably shouldn't make current events content like that anyway. So, yeah, it was a win-win. Yeah. It definitely wasn't because I was going to make content about it, but the fact that I was like, oh man, I could make this video before Theo and Prime get to it. I thought that was kind of cool. And then I realized, nah, they're better at it. Man, I need to trim my nose hairs. Doman, I think they're probably just gonna leave it running because they removed the banner. I think they are canceling the canceling. That would be my understanding of it, but I could be wrong. Spilled some soda last night and it got all sticky on the desk. You really want to keep it? I have read that the chat interface is broken. That I'm less aware of because I don't use it. But I don't pay for Super Maven. I might consider paying for Super Maven if they're going to leave it going because I find it very useful. Like, does your chat interface still work, or are you just using it for auto completion? Auto completion only. Yep. So yeah, it works for me. Yeah. So here's what I want to do. I think we just remove this. What's the difference between config and mix? Yeah. Mix is not available, right? But because I'm not using mix, I'm using application.compile.env. That's going to be looking at our config stuff that we've done, which is available everywhere. So then we can do this, and I don't want to do this. Oh. And we're going to call it, right, it's going to be on the dev scope. And we're just going to call it post webhooks/mock. Yeah, I think that works. Now, am I going to run into issues reusing a scope? I don't think I would, right? What do you think, Brainless? Do you see an issue with using a scope like this versus this and possibly running both? I feel like that should still work fine. Yeah, that's what I think too. All right, just double checking. Make sure everything recompiles. We get the router recompiled, and we got that endpoint. So then here in webhook controller, this is where we need some of this junk. All right, so we get the raw body. We're going to do basically this same stuff. But it's not ed 25.519. I mean, we're doing base 16 from the Discord standpoint as well. So it's kind of following their pattern. And we're also encoding 16 for the signature as well. Yeah, so we're basically just trying to follow the same patterns as other webhook implementations. Ooh, that is something, though. I think we're doing a different case. Interesting. So hold on. So the problem is we don't know what the secret key is going to be. So realistically, the mock webhook actually needs the notification ID that we'd be sending through to it as well. That was the end of the album. Let's get another one going. So yeah, basically, we need to pass the notification ID as part of our webhook endpoint. Yeah. All right. Let me get another album going. And yeah, no worries, Jonas. Have a good night. So yeah, if we go back to the router. And then in here, yeah, we need notification ID. Is params notification ID. Oh shit. We would need the org ID too. Shit. Oh, we can just do that. Yeah, yeah. All right, so I think we're good there. Okay. Yeah, so I think we're good there. Okay, so now we need to wire up the front end for these endpoints we just created. And technically, we still didn't add the validation endpoint. Here in the notification controller, validate webhook, org ID, and notification ID need to be passed through. Yes. Yeah. So it's going to be here inside of orgs and inside of notifications. Like, what if we end up having another validate kind of thing? Yeah, I'd say that's good. Is it actually a post? Like, we don't really have a payload that we care about. It could just be a get. It is kind of like a glorified RPC endpoint, though, so I feel like post makes sense, too. Let's pour another soda. Yeah, get should be item potent. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think post makes sense, too. Let me grab another soda. Let me grab a hoodie, too. Or maybe just slippers. Yeah, let me grab my slippers. All right, grab another soda. Some more of these chips. Dude, the Zesty Cascade Ranch. Oh, man. They're good. They are not wrong about the zestiness. 80 degrees Fahrenheit where you're at. Fuck that. It's currently 21.4 in this room right now. And I would bet it's probably like mid-60s. 21.4 Celsius. So what is that in freedom units? 70? Perfect. And then outside, I think it's probably like mid-60s. Ooh, 50? It's probably close. It says 52 out there. Yeah, we're at 91% humidity because it's actually like a rainy day. I forgot about that Nightbot. Um, yeah. Yeah, nice, Jason. I'm glad you like it. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, like, what parts are you using heavily? And are there any, like, workflows that you'd like to see out of the MCP server? The committing and pushing process? Sure. Right, so we got these created. Man, I'm gonna have some more of these. Oof. I should not eat this whole bag, but I might eat this whole bag. It's only 1,000 calories of chips. I don't think we do PR merge yet. I think you can create PRs, but I don't remember about the merging. There you go, Zero. Yeah, it's worth it. Yeah, the GitHub MCP server, I think, has merging. Yeah, so these are all the tools that we have currently. So yeah, pull request assigned to me, create review, get comments, and get detail. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like this list might be out of date. Hmm. And zero. Hold on, 3 stone. How much is a stone? Is that 12 pounds? $14. Dude, that's huge, man. Good job. Um, mm, MCP inspector. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, pull request create is in there. So yeah, we need to update our docs. Okay, so it's the caching that's off. So yeah, pull request create is in this list at least. Cool. All right. Well, yeah. Basically, I created a way to programmatically grab these values because technically you can do that from the CLI here. And they told me it was over engineered. At which point I just said, well, fine, as long as you guys are okay with keeping it up to date, I don't care. So yeah, cool. That part works too. Sweet. But yeah, for the most part, I just didn't want to have to update this whenever they decide to add or remove a tool. Like, no, it should be programmatically done. But yeah, if they want to manually do that, I'm good on it. As long as they're the ones willing to manually do it. But yeah, this part. I also have a similar like programmatic thing for this, but the docs team doesn't run it on a regular basis. So I'm gonna have to push to get that done, but that's fine. I think we have some other updates we want to do anyway. All right, so yeah, that part we're good. That part I think we're good. We can close that. I think we're good there. We don't care about that anymore. So yeah, now we need to think about this front end part. So yeah, we need to update this. And that button doesn't take us anywhere. All right, so number one, we should make that button work. So yeah, we're switching back to some front end stuff now. Corn maze, but maze spelled M-A-I-Z-E, and corn spelled K-O-R-N. I was really proud of that the other day. All right, so it's here on the notifications page. We pop open this dialog. And this ends up being a link. Let's go to edit this, and the URL looks like that. All right, so our endpoint. It's inside orgs, so we need the org ID. It's also scoped to API. All right, so we need the org ID. We need to truncate that. Reuse the marquee code? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. And we just want text. I'm okay with it. I think that looks good. All right, so then we get into here. And when we click that button, yeah, there's a bunch of logic we need to maintain. So we're going to have some state. I mean, sure, we can do that. That method doesn't exist. We'll call it good for now. Inside of this component, notification item, we're going to have some state. And yeah, this component's getting ugly. Yeah, that's a little trickier. So hold on. The validating state we care about. What we want to do is we want to show like a countdown timer too of like when they can resend the validation. We want to make it at least 30 seconds. Yeah, I get it, 3D factor. We'll see. I don't know, Monodeem. How many other people have you asked the same question to? All right, are you a census taker? How many more people are you going to ask before you're satisfied? Yeah, 3D factor. I think you're engaging a troll. Do you think this is the first place they've asked that question? Do you think you're telling them anything new? I understand that. It reeks to me of just a drive-by comment. Just something to rustle chat's jimmies and get people to have the same conversation over and over and over again. Like Angular versus React, or Vue versus React, or whatever. There's nothing new that's going to be said about it. And either they're doing it intentionally, or they just don't have anything else relevant to say or talk about. I don't know. Yeah, because some of those drive-by comments, like, what is new that's going to be said about it? What is something you're going to discover here in Twitch chat that you couldn't find in 1,000 different blog posts online? In hundreds and thousands of comments on Hacker News and Reddit and blah, blah, blah. Like, what new thing is going to be said about it here in chat? I'm not a big name, though. No, you're thinking of Chris Griffin from Family Guy. It's like one letter off. I disagree. I just think they don't have any other... They can't think of any other way of interacting with chat. It's almost like in Dumb and Dumber when he walks up to the random people and he goes, "Big gulps, huh? All right. Well, see you later." That's what it feels like to me. And yes, I'm a little too cynical, maybe. But at least I'm honest. No, is that why you stick around? Sorry, I was about to quote Letterkenny. Take it easy, Squirrely Dan. Like, I don't know. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I'm too cynical. But here's the thing. Where are they? Feeling a lot like a drive-by comment at this point, isn't it? Okay, there they are. All right, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't a drive-by comment. I'm not saying you should be quiet. I'm just saying, like, I wasn't being facetious. I wasn't making a rhetorical question. I'm curious, like, how many people have you asked that same question to? When will you be satisfied with an answer? And I am definitely on the skeptical side of you saying I'm the first one. I'm not sure I believe that. Yeah, exactly. That's what she said. Anytime a girl's told me that, I laughed in her face. And it, still sealed the deal. Why do you gotta lie? I don't get it. What do you think that's something guys want to hear? I don't know. No, and I apologize. I'm on a deep. Honestly, you seem less like a drive-by, and I appreciate that. Thank you. I think what 3D Factor wrote is important. There's two different, like, philosophies of how people interact with AI. Just thinking about how I want to maintain like the timer for like ticking down when you can like resend the notification again. I understand 3D Factor. Part of the problem is that I stream 5 days a week. Any of those common style questions are very boring very quickly. You know? Which is why we don't do the X versus Y for languages, frameworks, etc. Like anything that you could do a quick Google for doesn't make for a great conversation. But also, that's a me problem. Maybe, but I am absolutely not going to do some X versus Y bullshit. I don't care if it's brand new for that person. Here's I think a better way of framing what I'm getting at. It strikes me as a low effort question, and low effort questions get low effort answers. So that's why I like to push back. Because usually when someone's asking one of those questions, it's their roundabout way of getting to the question they actually want to ask. They should just ask the actual question. No, and I get that. Yeah, I just think there comes a point where you have to be a little more discerning with what questions are worth your time. That's all. But I do understand and think that like asking Claude about Claude's usefulness isn't likely to give you an unbiased answer. And Dirkle, You hate the people that just hate. Yeah, and honestly, no. I was kind of like just hating on the question. So you're right. Like, I should be better. Big pickle? Is that what they call it in open code? Hold on. Hold on. What? Where's Big Pickle? Show me Big Pickle. Hmm. Hmm. How do I get access to Big Pickle? Oh, I'd have to like pay for Zen. Wait, there's a dashboard? What dashboard? You've heard about Big Pickle on X? That's a risky Google. That is a risky Google. So wait, what dashboard? Of course, four wheel. Of course, Claude gave itself a 5 out of 5 stars. No big deal. Oh, that's funny. Oh, there it is. Open code Big Pickle. So does that mean it's oh, there it is, Big Pickle. So they were calling it Code Supernova something or other. Well, I mean, Big Pickle is just a front for Big Cucumber. Oh, Supernova was different. Got it. Oh, and you didn't repeat Yellowbeard. Yeah, like the original one got held and then someone allowed it, and then that showed it actually to everyone else. So yeah. No, you're good there. And Jason, yes. Dax had his own personal card attached, and that's funny. That's hilarious to me. That is just hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious what the spend is. Like, I'm actually surprised he didn't hit his limit. Because, yeah, my limit on my main card's only like 20K. Well, I am planning on getting that Coinbase card though. 4% back as Bitcoin. That sounds pretty good to me. Right? Not only is it 4% back, but it's 4% back as Bitcoin too. Like, dude, that's huge. I like that. Right? Like, yeah, that sounds legit. Like, I don't have a single card that gives me 4% back. I think the best I get is like 2% on like restaurant stuff. I get 1.5 on basically everything else. No, that makes sense. Nah, I totally get it. I totally get that one. And hold on. So 3D Factor, you said something about like the timeout. So no, it's not like a configurable timeout, right? This is going to be more like the rate limiting so that you can't just spam the validate button. So you're only going to be able to click validate once every 30 seconds or so. And then we're also going to limit it to X amount of like times or something. I think that's really like the right way to do that. Should be set based on the API we're calling? Wait, what do you mean by that? Like the back end is going to be maintaining a rate limit value, but we still need something on the front end to prevent like the clicks. Rather than like showing the user an error when they click it. Each service has limits on calls per minute, hour, day. This is your own server that you're running. Like, are you unclear on what we mean by webhook in this context? This is you, as a user, spinning up some server to listen for this webhook event. No, this is not Discord. Not Discord, not Mastodon, none of that. This is strictly you want to set up a custom webhook that we send the messages to. And you decide where to route that, how to save that, whatever. This is you setting up a webhook that you control. Yep. So yeah, basically, we're going to have rate limiting on the back end. We're also going to implement rate limiting on the front end. And the rate limiting on the front end is just disabling the button and showing a timer until it's active again. And we do something similar when we're validating emails too, right? You would do your thing, right? Like, oh, did we receive the thing? Well, we can resend, right? And then we get this timer that ticks down. So we'll probably do just the same logic for that. And the fact that this is still probably in the same component, yeah, we can just copy how this works. Allow to approve it and put the operation in a queue? No, we want the client to see the rate limiting. Now, we're going to follow the exact same pattern that Discord does with their webhooks. When you try and set and edit the webhook, they send requests to validate. If you fail that validation, you can't save the validation status. We're basically following other people's examples. That's what we're going to do. Now, they don't limit how often, like, they don't show the rate limiting part. I think we should. Yeah, we've got the plan of what we want to do. I'm just thinking about how we implement the plan. Like, what values do I want to track for doing exactly what I want to do? Like, I know what, I'm just not 100% on the how. What I'm thinking is I actually just want to use this same logic and maybe rename it a bit. Because it's specific to the notification item. All right, well, then let's look at how... Let's look at how this part works. Set a template or a component. I think a component only makes sense if we're doing it in more than one place. We're only doing it here, though. Yeah, Graveyard Keeper has a lot of text. It's a good game, though. Now, we've already got this at the level of abstraction that I care about, Monodeme. Oh, it's whiskey time for sure. Yeah. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. You don't gotta, but I do appreciate it. Yeah, yeah. Cheers. Tink. Hmm. And yeah, not a sponsored stream. I don't even like Miller Lite. All right, so I'd rather have a little bit of duplication than worry about this abstraction more. So this is going to be webhook validation status. Right, so Boolean or null. Oop. All right, so then, yeah, webhook validation status and webhook validation timestamp. Okay, so I think we're good there. So we should be able to set that. And what we want to do is disable this. Disabled if validated to recently. Then very similarly, we want time remaining still. Okay, so we haven't sent the request yet. And we can do that. So then, after this part, right? After the link, what's actually after that? And this is wrong. Yeah, so yes, we use Super Maven here. Super Maven didn't quite understand what we're going for here. So yeah, there's actually some other state we want to track. That other state, right? We've got validation status, webhook validation timestamp, const is validating webhook. All right, so set is validating webhook, validate webhook notification. Sure. I like that so far. We're going to get better type safety when we actually create that endpoint, so we can leave that for now. Let me get more music going. Yeah, let me comment this at the moment. So set is validating webhook. We would set that to false. So yeah, when we are doing this part, All right, so yes, if we have a validation status and we are validating, and we are not in the process of sending the next request, then we show the current status. And honestly, we can do this. All right, so now in our service where we send these things, this is where we end up needing to create a method. All right, so then we go back to here, and this should actually look closer. We set the validation status from the response. If we fail, we show that we set that, and set webhook notification dialog open false. Okay, so yeah, it looks pretty ugly. And yeah, what's up, Ben? How you doing? Number one, why did it fail immediately? Because, yeah, we probably ended up hitting an error on the validate webhook endpoint. That would be a 500 sad panda. No case clause matching mixed. Really? I guess it makes sense. Like decode would have mixed, but encode we probably want to do differently. So, Nil is given for user ID. What? So it's saying it's happening in one of our plugs, which is basically middleware. Why would this middleware be failing like that? Nil given for user ID. I'm definitely sending my authorization header. I think it's actually trying to check the is superadmin at the wrong point. I think it's our router. Like, let's go to the router again. Hmm. I feel like it's happening here in webhook controller. Wait a minute. Like, I'm seeing all the is superadmin stuff. I just think it's wrong. Like, we shouldn't be going through that middleware. All right, so processing, notification controller, validate webhook, parameters. Hmm. We're gonna skip this song. Get that singing out of my ears. What I'm thinking is that it's actually these that are failing. But no, it's actually this that's giving us the 500. So we got to figure out where that 500's happening. I'm going to comment all of that. Let's at least just make sure we're getting to this endpoint as we would expect. And that it gives us a 200 instead of the 500. Yeah. Okay, so those actually become 200s like we wanted. Okay, so it's definitely one of these tasks that we're sending. And that makes sense because we were seeing 2 of the failed endpoints. So that hints, right? Like if we clear this and we send it again, oh. And we didn't get any of those warnings before. So yes, this nil is happening when we try to send to our internal webhook, because for some reason it's trying to call is superadmin, but it shouldn't be doing that with how we have the router set up. So I might be messing something up here. When we look at some of this stuff, right, we see admin routes, which checks for superadmin routes. We also have superadmin user, which checks for is superadmin. We call admin routes once, and that's at the /admin stuff, so we're good there. What about superadmin user? We're only using that to pipe through our API here. So I'm just unsure why the webhook controller is doing what we're seeing. Now hold on. Yeah, I'm messing that up. So yeah, it's this URL that we're trying to send to that's totally wrong. Yeah, all right. So the URL that we actually want to send to is this, and it's just /dev/webhooks/mock/notification ID. So I actually set this wrong. So it's webhooks/mock/notification ID. Okay, but no route found for post dev webhooks mock thing, and I think that's because of this. No route found for post. Uh, oh wait. Aha, and that's where, yes, we need that scope. All right, so now, why are we posting to that? So what's the value that we have saved? Oh, yeah, no, I actually just did that wrong. All right, so part of our bug is the fact that we have to change the secret key. We need to fix that. All right, so here we go. Validate webhooks, generate signature. Webhooks is not available. generate signature. And I didn't alias that. Okay. A little closer. A little bit closer. All right, so both of those are coming back false. We sent a 401 for both, though. So I feel like if we're getting a 401 for both, where? Oh, we do have handled invalid request true, but yeah, this payload is different from what I was expecting. Yeah, so that's on me. All right, so then this becomes an error because it's not that. It's handled valid and handled invalid. And then, yeah, this. All right, there we go. Okay. So we're at least like going through the process. We got to make this look prettier for sure, but it's getting there. Why is the valid signature not working though? Hmm. Okay, so yeah, right? Sent 401. These are both of the requests. Thanks, Animal. I appreciate that. All right, so we're getting signatures do not match on both of them. Okay, so that at least makes sure that, yep, we're right. Something's not quite right here. So now we just got to start inspecting all of this junk. Oh. Yeah, about that. That would probably be why that didn't work. Okay, so signature from header here. Like, those values would never be equal. And what up, Sourced and Sold? How you doing? I'm not sure I actually want to be doing this base decode. Oh. Okay, so yeah, I think the base 16 was wrong. I mean, think about it this way, Cassadev. Would you like it if someone did it to you? I think the golden rule applies. Do unto others APIs as you would have them do to yours. So yeah, then the only thing that we need to do so far, right, we can get rid of these because we know that we're getting to the values we wanted. And then here in notification controller, the part that's actually erroring is this part now. And the reason is because we're not passing like the full notification. Right, and here we're passing URL, content type, secret key, validated at. Ooh, it's getting chillier now. I'm going to throw a hoodie on real quick. Oh, man. Man, this Cascadia hoodie is so soft. Dude. They really nailed it on the choice of hoodie vendor. All right, so yeah, if we continue looking at this, we could just pass all these values. That'd be an easy enough fix. Yeah, let's do it. All right, and then what we'd want to do is when that updates, we can just go ephemerally update it within what we have. And that, but if we refresh, we can see that it's validated now. Okay. So what is the next step? Well, number one, we're not doing the rate limiting thing. We should definitely go through, and yeah, since we're not using this, hold on. We should definitely go through and update the notifications on the front end, or we just trigger a re-render. Like, we could just trigger a refetch of all of the notifications. Let's look at how we're doing that. Right? Like, when we validate the email stuff, oh, and the on verify is passed in. Oh, right. I kind of like this. It's going to be on validate webhook. And then, yeah, where we look at, right, here we go. So we've got notification item. I'm not especially proud or happy about how we're doing this part, but it will work. All right, so now it's no longer validated. We go through, we click the validate button, and we update here. Okay. Okay. So then down here at the bottom again, we set is validating to false. And what's up, Crow? How you doing? And I'm doing well. Yeah, we're implementing like custom webhook support. It's definitely not pretty. Like, I think we could refactor this to make it like better code. But it's so far working kind of how we intended. Hey, nice, Spexy. That's awesome, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think I make great background noise while you're working, while you're studying, etc. So yeah, I'm glad you did it. It's well done. I'm I'm more proud of the fact that I think you spelled baccalaureate correctly. That's huge. Here in the US, we just say bachelors. And yeah, do we see Robotic Head out here yet? Oh yeah, Crow. My dad always used to say this joke about college degrees, right? So like, you know, a bachelor's of science is bullshit. A master's of science is more shit, and PhDs just pile that shit higher and deeper. But yeah, no sign of Robotic Head yet? Nope. And Conrad, what are you up to? How you doing? I'm not sure I'm familiar with your stream. Oh, I did see your I was looking at the category. Um and yeah, you're like you're not clickbait. Totally like was a bit of clickbait, but like in a good way. Like I definitely like saw your title and everything. Like, yeah, say how'd it go? Okay, so making a VR MMO in 24 hours live on Twitch TV wouldn't be a feasible thing, so you decided to draw Pixel Women instead. Got it, got it, got it. So it was a clickbait title. I mean, yeah, a little bit. That's fine. No worries. And hold on. Yes, I did follow you. Perfect. Nah, it's fine, man. It's no big deal. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's good shit. Am I using one of those split keyboards? Yes, I actually have a keyboard sponsor. I think. Yeah, cool. So yeah, I got one of those sweet Digma, I think, Defies. And yeah, I quite like it. It's really good. I think one of the coolest parts is the customization software. If I can find it. It's like base core. There it is. Yeah, so I got the Defy. So yeah, like, dude, the customization is really, really good. They are quite spendy, though. You want to see something? It might blow your mind a little bit. I think this is the command. Yeah. Watch that clip carefully. Like, watch my typing technique. Yep. Yeah, that's a no-look crossover. Yeah, exactly. Freestyle typing over here. That crossover is an ankle breaker. And yes, I still sometimes do the crossover. Like, even here on stream. Like, even with this new keyboard and everything. Damn right. Damn right. So yeah, real quick, for everyone joining from Conrad's raid, the thing we're working on is this tool to listen for keywords being mentioned on social media. Currently, we handle Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters. So mainly, we're targeting like tech companies. But the idea is they can get notified via Discord, Slack, email, and now webhooks to their own server. And that's the part that we're working on. We're working on the validation of our webhook URLs because we want to make sure the user is handling a valid signature and an invalid signature just for security reasons. You have a split keyboard, Ben, but you could never use it. You just got to put in the time. You got to accept the fact that you're probably going to type a little slower at first. But now when you go back to a regular keyboard, do I think each of my hands will stay apart? No, no. When I'm typing on my Mac, like my work MacBook, I totally cross over still. No, no, 3D Factor. They're talking about like, do I still cross over? I think. Like, do I reach for the T with my right hand? And I think I do. I'm pretty sure I do. I think I still do that on this keyboard sometimes. Correct, a Millenite. Yep. So if we go look at the keywords we have set up, we can get notified whenever someone mentions Ghosty. Right? So if Mitchell Hashimoto actually cared, he could see this note by S. Trumpet on Hacker News that the other thing keeping them on iTerm is Ghosty lacking tab support in Quake mode. Those are words. I don't know what they mean. Right? Someone over here on Lobsters. Which, yeah, we should probably do some formatting stuff better, but still. Right? For a while, they switched from WesTerm to Ghosty, hype-driven, but ended up going back to WesTerm for the Lua config. Sure. This is live right now. Yeah, you can use it on Messijo.com. Yeah, thanks. What do you mean, what's potentially so many lines in the database? So we limit how many, like, events you're allowed to receive, and once you've hit that limit, we just stop notifying you, and we encourage you to upgrade. That's about it. So that prevents from, like, overloading our database, and also encourages people to pay me money. The whole point of building this damn thing. Oh, you don't want to be a unicorn? I guess stay on the cheap tier. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of passive aggressive, but I'm okay with it. Millions of lines instantly. I mean, if we go to the dashboard and we look at, let's see, for here on Messijo, all right, I could switch to Messijo, listening for words like foo. We got 81,000 in there. 81,000 rows isn't really that much. Like, the database still performs admirably. All right, so then if we're looking at, this is the real-time data, like metrics from production. Yeah, we see a query jump up to like 180 milliseconds here and there. I'm really curious what that slow query was. Yeah, so we need to start doing some discovery about what some of these slow endpoints are doing. Yeah, we're seeing it every once in a while. Like, yeah, it may be like open telemetry time. If we look at ectostats, no missing foreign keys. I feel like there should be like a slow query log somewhere in here. But maybe not. But But yeah, looking at like the data storage, right? Like keyword event content is chewing up 71 megs right now. You're gonna leave a lurk and bounce. You'll come hang out next time, and it won't be after a 10-hour stream. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, no, I saw your stream earlier. I think that was some good clickbait, man. That was solid. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Have a great rest of your night. And yeah. I'd be curious about what game you're building. Feel free to let us know about it at some point. But yep, thank you again for the raid, and have a great rest of your night. Long-running queries. There it was. It says we don't have any? That doesn't sound right. This is the Phoenix Live dashboard. This ships with Phoenix. So they're doing stuff. The long is relative. Currently, yeah, we're not seeing it spike to 180 milliseconds except every once in a while, but it does. Phoenix is the framework we're using, Crow. So yeah, spiking up to 35, okay. But we did see it spike up to 180 just recently. It does seem like it's pretty rare. Even then, 40 milliseconds for some of these queries is not ideal. There we go. Yeah, see, we see one spike up to 200. But yeah, we're going to have to really start figuring out what that long query is, because that's not ideal. So yeah, we don't have enough observability, and because yeah,